Good morning. We can start to proceed again. First on the agenda, Sharon has some meeting notes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Sharon Iqaluit, Executive Director for the Nunavut Planning Commission. To all the delegates and registered participants and members of the public, welcome back to Day 2 of the Draft Nunavut Plan 5th and final public hearing. Just a couple housekeeping items, please. If you have a phone with you, please put it on mute. And be respectful to the people who are speaking. We are recording live and live streaming as well as transcribing. So it's on Iqaluit TV, Facebook, and YouTube. The emergency exits, one at the front here, on the side, and the rear. Washrooms are in the rear as you come in. Coffee, tea, snacks, please help yourself. We'll be taking, again, 2 15-minute breaks today, one in the morning, the afternoon, and the chairperson, Nakashuk, will advise mid-afternoon whether or not we'll be having an evening session. Please don't forget to scan in. You don't need to scan out, but please scan in so we have a record of attendance. When you're speaking, please speak slowly and state your name every time you're speaking and your organization. We are going to follow Day 2's agenda, and we'll be starting with the City of Iqaluit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. As we do in our hearings, our staff will first ask questions, and then we'll open it up to the floor from the communities, and from the rest of the delegates on the floor will get a chance to ask questions. We'll go with that process. Right now it's the City of Iqaluit. After them will be the Amal Hunters and Trappers Association. You can proceed.
Good morning, Commissioners, South Baffin community representatives, and all delegates present here today. My name is Kyle Shepard, and I'm the Deputy Mayor of the City of Iqaluit. I'm also joined by Councillor Paul Kwasa, who has a long history of involvement in this land planning process that brings us here today. The City of Iqaluit and our residents have a deep and wide-ranging interest in the management, use, and protection of the lands surrounding our community, and supports the Nunavut land use planning process that will ensure protection of our important lands and waters. All right, thanks. Sorry. So the City of Iqaluit and our residents have a deep and wide-ranging interest in the management, use, and protection of the lands surrounding our community, and supports the Nunavut land use planning process that will ensure protection of our important lands and waters, while also providing for the economic growth of our territory. Today, we will present on a few key issues identified as being specifically under the jurisdiction of the Municipal Corporation of the City of Iqaluit, and leave discussion on the land use plan's impacts on the majority of the adjacent lands and their use to the Amarok Hunters and Trappers Association and the Qikiqtani Inuit Association. The primary issue of concern to the City of Iqaluit is the current and future drinking water supply and the protection of the watershed that feeds into it. The City of Iqaluit has been struggling to provide an adequate water supply to meet the needs of our residents today and well into the future for several years. A great amount of work has been done to plan for the expansion of our water supply, to address the current situation, and to put in place an expanded supply to provide for our community and its growth for many decades to come. Federal funding has now been secured to move these plans forward into reality. Through the planning work that has been done over the past 2 years, we have recently determined that to meet our city's water needs for the next 40 years, we will need to rely on the entirety of the Apex River watershed to supply an adequate amount of water for our residents. Significant portions of this watershed lie outside the municipal boundary, yet in the current version of the land use plan, there is no designation or acknowledgement of this fact. With nearly all of the land surrounding Iqaluit currently proposed as mixed use with few limitations, it is important for our municipality and for industry and potential future project proponents that this area is clearly defined as being critically important to our city and our residents. As such, we would request that the Commission work with City administration and the relevant engineering firms that the City utilizes to accurately identify the scope of the Apex River watershed and to provide it with the designation of a community water source watershed, and to include this area in your map A2 with ID 90 as per section 4.5.2-1 of the proposed land use plan. Given how recently this information was determined, it is no surprise that this area is not yet covered by the plan. But through this process here today, we hope to be able to move forward using the most relevant and up-to-date information available to ensure adequate protection is provided for this critically important water resource. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you do not mind, I would like Councillor Paul Kwasa to speak to our additional issues this morning.
Thank you. Proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Paul Ahula Kosa. I am a member of City Council in Iqaluit. First of all, thank you to the Planning Commission for holding your hearings in our city and to welcome all the other communities around Iqaluit that we see here, and also we share with Nunavik in our communities. Welcome. I am grateful I was part of this process when we looked at planning land use 2006-2010, and it's been a long process that we've been expecting that the land use plan be completed as stated in the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement, not the requirement to establish a land use plan. But my comments for the future of our city is the growth of the city, and we feel in this area that even all communities are growing and becoming larger. In Iqaluit, our deputy mayor just noted the future needs of the residents as water is a priority, and he outlined it clearly. We see water is an issue now, not just here. And for our future growth of our communities, we have to consider the communities have boundaries. Based on our growth, we'll have to enlarge the municipal boundary for the city under the land claims agreement. Annually, we are growing. We have to be conscious of the boundary issue for the city, and that it is not clearly identified under Article 11. It's clearly stated, I should say, regarding the communities. 11.7.2 states that when they're planning land use, that they consider the growth of the communities. It's stated clearly in the land claim, and also 11.73, and it states the communities, municipalities, concerns, and knowledge have to be considered when they're planning land use. And I see we are seeing that here today. And also in Nunavut we have a young population, many than the adults. The demographics show that we have a young population that's also going to age. That it will have to clearly include that in the land use plan. Yesterday we discussed a bit of the military sites that used to be a base here in Iqaluit, and it is clearly identified where their buildings and equipment were. In the 1940s, the military came to Frobisher Bay, and we see some of their old buildings still, and we know Iqaluit residents, that is a relic of the military presence. I note that these are dual-land sites or contaminated sites or abandoned sites or sites that require cleaning, and to include under Article 11 for facilities outside of communities, but we're also right in our community here on this. It needs to be noted as based on the former military bases. I need to note that we should note that on the map, on the land use plan. And one more. we know as communities, Iqaluit, there's Inuit-owned lands within the municipal boundaries. There's a few communities like that. We did negotiate it from communities that have Inuit-owned lands within the municipal boundaries, and the Inuit-owned lands have been selected within the city. We can see the Inuit-owned land. That big hotel is on Inuit-owned land, and also within Inuit-owned lands, within municipal boundaries, where buildings and other related municipal rules must come to an agreement for that land use. I wanted to mention that we have to follow properly the Inuit-owned lands within municipal boundaries. I just note that perhaps it too will be identified or noted, Inuit-owned lands. And in Iqaluit, there is a park adjacent to the city, starting from the river, Iqaluit River. It's a territorial park. It's also within municipal boundaries. Perhaps it can be noted by others. I wanted to bring it out that we have a park within the city boundaries. There is a territorial park. But it might be who is responsible, the city or the Nunavut government, in terms of the direction or what happens in the park within the city boundaries. That's another issue. I don't know if we can get answers, but I wanted to note that the Nunavut government might speak to this issue. These were our comments from the city. Hopefully it was clear. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. If there are questions from our staff, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to the representatives from the City of Iqaluit for your presentation today. At the beginning of your presentation, you noted the secondary drinking water supply for the Apex River watershed that extends beyond municipal boundaries, and you indicated that it should be included as ID number 90 in the land use plan. I just wanted to clarify for commissioners and other participants and seek confirmation from you that that would be a limited use designation that would prohibit a number of industrial activities within this area. We just note that some other participants have identified the boundary itself and suggested a valued component identification would be sufficient, but just to seek confirmation that you're in support of a limited use designation with prohibitions on certain industrial activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would be requesting limited use for that area as defined for a community watershed area with the restrictions proposed by ID 90 in that area.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Johnny Mike from the Hunters and Trappers Association. I want to ask Paul Cosa. He probably knows the land claim better than anybody. In the Inuit-owned lands in Iqaluit and across the territory in the South Baffin negotiations, the Iqaluit negotiations, Paulus Iqilabak, and now we are using these lands. It wasn't a city back then when we were negotiating. Now it's designated as a city. We understand. I want to understand the Inuksugay Plaza, NCC owned. I was at NCC back then. On the Inuit-owned land use within the city, which we wondered, how do you work with the Inuit on the Inuit-owned lands within the municipality when you have a tax base for the city, but not necessarily on the Inuit-owned land, whether they pay tax or not? Thank you. You can proceed. Thank you. Pankosa, City Councilor Iqaluit. Perhaps someone can answer you from the Kikatani Inuit Association as the landowners. It's clearly identified the Inuit-owned lands within the city. In terms of economic or development, if we're going to put anything on those lands, as we have a tax base, they too become part of the tax base as within the city boundaries. That's the way it works. It also stated clearly in the land claim. if there's going to be development, then that the Inuit-owned lands, the municipal rules would apply. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Jacoby. Thank you. Jacob Maliki, Hunters and Trappers in Iqaluit manager. From the way I understand it, the federal government has rights. The municipality, is that the way I understand it? Under the land claim, that is my question to Paul. Perhaps if you want or don't want to answer. Sharon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your question. The Commission, as Chairperson Nakashuk said, is here to hear the presentations relevant to the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, and if you can focus the questions to the presenters that are relevant to the land use plan, then that is what we would be asking. So thank you.
You can proceed if you want more questions. Jacob Maliki, Iqaluit Hunters and Trappers Association Manager. Your comments? The way it's set up under the Nunavut Land Use Plan. Some aren't finalized too from our community. If we can include those, that how can we get that information to you? Thank you. We are here in Iqaluit to hear from you. You will have a chance to comment freely, even if we are listening as the Commission. You can also write your comments until January to the Commission. For those of you that are here in our hearings, you represent the communities, and that you are free to speak your mind, and we will consider your comments under the land claim agreement. That Inuit will be consulted through science and through Inuit Kauyimayatokangit as Inuit. Even if you just do verbal presentations, that too is taken as a real presentation. I wanted just to note that for you. Perhaps it's already, you guys don't answer the question. Jitalo? Good morning. Jitalukaki. Amarok Hunters and Trappers Association. I know we will have time, not now, but I want to ask how in Iqaluit we've grown here. I want to ask Inup. I don't quite understand what he's saying. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kyle Shepard, Deputy Mayor, City of Iqaluit. The issue with our water has been long-standing. For the last 10 years or so, it's been known that we were running short of water. It became critical within the last 6 or 7 years, and even more so with specific shortages over the last 4. The work to supply a new water supply has been ongoing for the last 5 years or so, and culminating with the federal government providing the funding that was announced last year to allow us to expand that water supply. Wide-ranging consultations will still be done on what that plan will finally look like, and all community groups will be consulted, and we're hoping to get that area protected in the land use plan now.
I want to note beyond in the spring and March, we almost ran out of water and water shortage. The Iqaluit is our community. We know it. We would all like to have a good water source in all our communities. We never thought that we would hit the problems that we had, boil water and otherwise, that we had problems with our water, that and in a number of years we were conserving water, and they were flying water in to our city because of contaminated water. There was the old Iqalung mutate. I note that. I hear elders. I just try to note this, that the smell of gas was noticeable. We were thinking where it was coming from, and it was hard to ask who to ask or who knew. Perhaps it was the water source where it was contaminated. This we know that the work has to go into securing a good water, just that we can hit emergencies related to water in any community, which seems to be a growing concern. Thank you. Thank you. More comments related to the comments? Nunavik? Questions to Iqaluit City Council? Hearing none. From Hearing none. From the public? Questions? Proceed.
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman. Mika Mike. I am from Iqaluit. I've been here a while now. My question, two questions. The land Clarks in Iqaluit from 1991. I worked before that too. The research that was done, Terry, would be Cernak now, and the Department of Environment, and the executive. In 1995, there was a land use plan for smaller communities. The river, they worked with the Inuit organization when the glaciers have melted and the snow on the hillsides on top of Bapan Island towards Angmakjo, whether Inuit water, sun, and people was a way to plan communities that they knew and they have built on Inuit-owned lands, and through the municipal planning process. I wonder if related to the land in the city are we've always got water from the river, and caribou calving grounds are being noted, and to see these maps, we were consulted by your staff on the planning process that we were looking only at the South Bapan, where we know further north that there was a boundary put close to here that they were concentrating on. The elders that were planning Nunavut, that it was noted 13 or 14 in their s'more that were following the communities and the city. In they are really hard to talk to about that subject as an Inuk or an elder, or if elders want to speak, there aren't many Inuit at the city. It seems like I'm the only one who's going to comment on their behalf of elders. That is a going concern. We seem to be saying the same things. And out there, the cabins that Inuit owned are all gone on the beach. That they didn't want vehicles because they didn't want to contaminate the environment. Those cabins were homes for the homeless. Mika? we're limited for time. If you can ask questions related to the presentation and to be concise, clear, the work that we are doing. If you have questions, please ask your questions related to the presentation. There will be other opportunities from the public to comment. We'll also have a chance, but for the commission work that we are hearing right now, we will also face the government, and NTI will have a presentation. They too will be open for questions or comments, or even during coffee break you can meet up with people. But for the work of the commission, we are trying to keep it focused to the presentation. I understand perhaps if you can shorten your question. Thank you. I'm just wondering what I mentioned, whether they're included, whether they'll be included in the plan. We are waiting 20 years for development that it was supposed to proceed. That is my question. Thank you. Thank you. Paul or...
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I clearly understood the question, but I'll try my best to answer. Clark. There is an organization called Clark. They're responsible for people who have municipal land concerns or in their vicinity. They have offices in every community. As far as I know, the city should start participating to work with these organizations. It's just a matter of question, who do we appoint to belong to this organization, and another matter from the city council. We are a diverse group. We have elder member, and Simon Attack is our elder. He consults us on IQ. I think I'll just mention these things for now. Thank you, Chair. Further questions, please. Registered participants, the public. Appears there's none. Jaco, Iqaluit, have a questions. Please keep your questions short and your comments. State your name, your organization. Jaco Iqaluit, Pangyakto Hamlet of Pangpang. I have a question to the question of water problems. You have a water reservoir. It's a little different from other communities where ours are. Some are constructed. You have a natural reservoir. And I like to mention your watershed for your water reservoir. From lakes or from rivers. And when the ice caps when the land starts drying, the rivers will perhaps drop in water. What plans have you had for eventuality? So I would suggest that we, not only the city, but we all be prepared for this, for eventuality of water shortages because of ice caps being changed, melting. I just wanted to mention this general comment. I'll take this as general comment, not a question to the city. Thank you for your presentation. Amok is up next. Take over for a while. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, kuya namin.
Thank you.
Ben Kobuyong.
Ben Kovin, Amao Hunterson Trapper, a member. Two colleagues will have a presentation as well. We have a long presentation, but it has been condensed to a shorter form. So we'll have a shorter presentation. We don't want to take too much of time. First of all, thank you, Nunavut Planning Commission, for allowing us as a Hunters and Trappers organization to make a presentation. COVID-19 has been creating havoc to organizations, so we've been just getting active again. And during the COVID-19, we didn't do a whole lot. And the past members and to the current members, they wanted to do some work, some activities that were important to us, but we were not able to. So my presentation, first of all, Amao HTO and other HTOs who work with us. We thank you as Nunavut Planning Commission, and you said you're in your final stages of your process. We have 4,000 membership and growing. And as you know, Iqaluit is the hub of everything in Nunavut, and people who are our membership have urged to do some harvesting as well. When you look at 4,000 membership, it's very hard to do anything and to harvest. Perhaps that's our major problem, but thank you. thank you, NPC, that you have been working with us, that you're able to appear not abandon our concerns. So we appreciate that, especially when it's related to land and harvesting. Some are saying that some species are endangered and have to be looked at further. I'd like to say the signatories that was signed in 1993, it was a land claims agreement, and it says that Amao HTO with a membership of 4,000 have rights within under Article 5.2, and especially in Part 5 it says, and it has become an important issue under 2.1 in Land Claims Agreement. And we have a membership of about 4,000 who are entitled to the rights under Land Claims Agreement. And in our new territory, there appears to be many important factors that were not considered. So, as Inuit harvesters, we have lost a great deal. And those of us who are HTOs in Nunavut, we have so many items that were not discussed and excluded in the agreement. We should have participated when the Land Claims Agreement was signed. Our 4,000 membership under Land Claims Agreement. So, in English, we call it conditional agreement. In Land Claims Agreement, as a member to Land Claims Agreement Amao HTO, it stays in Article 5, and it states 7 outpost camps. Under Article 5, it states very clearly about outpost camps, and many people have come into communities from outpost camps. It's under the Land Claims Agreement, and so Land Claims Agreement. And I think there's a amending formula to Article 5. It needs to be improved considerably to service such as our organization. And this should be paid attention to the signatories, including both level of governments. 8.4.9 parks, same thing. And should there be a renewal to negotiate, Amao HTO have desired to have a say, because we have a territorial park in the city limits. For those of us, we have some disagreements in this article. The planning process have to recognize what the problems are, what has been omitted to service us. Article 5. And as it is written, should be paid attention to. it's within our hearts as it was signed. Article 9, in Part 9, Article 5 shall apply to case international or domestic interjurisdictional agreement relating to wildlife management applicable to zones 1 and 2 as it is. There is a lot of concerns within our land surface subsurfaces surrounding waters, and it appears that we're heading towards dangerous grounds for the public harvesters and our wildlife. So when it comes to that situation, what priorities do we have? People or wildlife? I have been involved in wildlife most of my life. I take wildlife as a priority, and humans is secondary. If we don't have any wildlife legislation within the land claims agreement, we would be sure lacking something precious. Article 11, Nunavut Planning Commission, we're in the process now. It has been ongoing for some time. And I especially appreciate having to participate in the land planning process because of our wildlife. There was a question from Iqaluit. We have indicated parts of the land that was precious to us, our recreational areas. If they were ever adhered to in the article under land claims, there's not much evidence of anything being done to it. Sea marine, sea mammals, we spoke of it briefly yesterday. I asked a question if Nunavut Planning Commission have any authority on saltwater areas and what their powers will be in implementing if regulations should ever become a reality. And we were made to understand that we have authority on marine life, traveling, on icebreakers. We have flow edges when we travel. And each of you in the communities probably have concerns about flow edge. I think some of you will answer or understand me, perhaps others not. And if regulations were not to pay attention to this, we would have problems. For instance, landmass ice zone, it has to be important as it states in land claims agreement. So, and these agreements that we're facing today are even important to Canada. For instance, landmass ice zone. I think it's even of help to Canadian sovereignty. So sometimes I consider people who negotiate Nunavut land claims agreement full of wisdom at the time, even including a landmass ice zone was negotiated, so it's important. As I mentioned earlier, I will have a shorter presentation about HTO under land claims agreement. we're given responsibility, and it should be clear to us, giving us authority to do our task. Land, marine, when you work on these two items, HTOs in Nunavut should be a priority considerations to Nunavut Planning Commission. And to the people, you are working with both levels of governments and other regulators within Nunavut area who set policies and expect it to be able to do their work. It's like perhaps dancing regulations are irregular. It's like dancing where you shake hands and do your dances and leave it there. I think governments are in that situation. It's just a shake hand, just dance a bit with partners. And as it is the agreement, the planning process has been in the works for a long time. It's time-consuming progress. It will be ongoing. Situations we face when you walk out of this hall, don't consider it finished. So I applaud you, Nunavut Planning Commission, for caring enough to give us a presentation and participating in landing process. We could talk all day, but we're not going to do that. And I will give my colleague Iqaluit and Archie Angnakak to give their presentation, perhaps to add to my comment and give their own opinions. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Archie Angnakak, I'm our HTO Councillor, member. Ben's comment are true, his concerns are true, and he mentioned land claims agreement. And there are many things in Article 5 who are omitting many items that we are concerned with today as it is written in land claims agreement, although clearly states and they're precise articles, Article 5. But I 126, 5.7.716, 718 states. It talks about military bases. 507.16 says to our membership, the Inuit, and it gives us free hand in every part of the land for hunting, harvesting, sea, land. And it states that clearly in the land claims agreement. So that clarifies to me that Inuit rights, Inuits cannot be removed from land, sea, and that includes all category of landholders, federal, territorial, and Inuit lands. Parks, proposed parks, local governments. Chair, I just want to clarify that our HTO and our 4,000 membership have rights. Their rights should be considered as you plan land use planning. work under the article, it has given us the right in the agreement, including in the parks, and regardless of who owns the land. And the city of Iqaluit and other communities. Among HTO and our membership, we want to state, according to our rights under land claims agreement, whatever it is regulated to land, marine, and it's our rights. And we want to state that we have rights to every parcel of land, fishing areas, harvesting wildlife. Last week, I was happy just a few weeks ago that we are able to make this similar presentation. And I know what our rights are, and we practice it. So in your planning process for Nunavut land use, we want to be included. We want to be part of your planning process. And it should be clear so our children and our future can understand exactly what the land planning process was. Amarok HTO have a lot of rights and under land claims agreement. And especially harvesting rights, where our Inuit able to practice subsistence living under wildlife organization. Regardless what it is our right to harvest. We will hunt, we will harvest, and we want this privilege to be included to our future people in this territory. HTO's responsibility to ensure that these rights are followed. So, Chair, I just wanted to stress what is important to us, that our concerns are part of your planning process. Thank you, Chair. I don't think I mentioned Brian Agluka, who has been to us, who have done a lot of work to get this planning process together. So we are here, but thanks to all of you for the great work you have done. We as elders, it was the only way to survive when we have blubber to heal our igloos. Now, today, we use partial fuel today. For those of us who are elders 60 and over, we know how to survive at the time in harsh conditions. There were no agreements in those days. It was communal living, so we know how we lived in those days. Many have passed on practicing passing on their knowledge how to survive. Now, for instance, myself, and Iqaluit passed through traveling, consulting through the whole region. And his travels to each community was related to dog slaughtering at the time. And it appears to me at the time it doesn't relate to my problems, but and the Prime Minister of Canada even had to apologize for the past things that were done to us. We didn't ask for it. We didn't expect anything from it. And look, now we have a say, and sometimes here it's really hard to hear what your discussions are. The building is not equipped, so I missed quite a few discussions. And we know the marine, the shores, high tide, low tides, where they are, how we use it, how we harvest, know the ice conditions, lost seals. We know how to retrieve from the bottom of the water to get our harvesting back, our wildlife. So, saying this, government should be able to understand how everything is in this community. As we know, our lakes and waters, for instance, individual hunter, harvesting in all forms, land, marine, harvesting caribou, walruses, and other mammals. This is what Inuit do. They harvest. And the hunter is like this. And if you don't understand what I am presenting, that's fine. We still know what our people did: seal, blood, bone, and this is what we survive on. And you may not be aware what we did in the past to survive, and parts of the animals that we all ate. And we used to have a lot of caribou herds, sometime close as General Hospital. And our caribou in the past were so close, but now they have appeared to disappeared. And this is our fact of life. I'm glad to talk as an elder. I have no quorums, and I know what I had to do in the past to survive. So people like me who are not given opportunity to make a presentation, so I have taken this opportunity to express what I did. So many of us who are now do not have mother, father, especially the younger people, they ask us for advice. Some even come, where can I find polar bear denning areas? So that advice and advices they gave, where is the calving areas in this area, where's the post-calving area, what part of the months do they come in, what part of the months would be best to harvest, to seek. And so we gave advice to particular species, like, for instance, March is the time when polar bear and cubs emerges. So I'm not the only knowledge keeper of the past, but there are many. I was born in 1934, who's my older brother. And he tells me what parts of the year where I should harvest different species. He's a trapper, fisherman, polar bear hunter in Pangnaktok area and surrounding area. At the time, Iqaluit and Pangnaktok had no polar bear, but they are now here. And my knowledge, when I speak of it in the past that we didn't have these species, now undermines my knowledge. Today we have all of these species around us. I was born in Pangnaktok. There was a man coming in from Pangnaktok. He came and looked around for many species, and he was surprised that we have all forms of animals up here. And he uses his telescope and awe himself for all the species that he sees he did not expect to see up here. And these were the chores that men did, and women have different chores to do. These we know from the past what tasks we were given to us. And we are asked, where is the walrus hollowed? So few now know where these spots are, and few of us know now of these areas where hollowed are, parts of Pang towards the coast, going further north. And we knew of walrus hollowed, but this knowledge now is known by few people now. These are our past practices. Now, seal pups are born near Kikaktakjuak and a few other areas up the coast, near the community, north of the community, where these calving areas are. And they travel south to mature, and these are the ones that we now hunt. And now everybody is harvesting the seals, and some people now harvest them for recreational purposes, even on flowage. There are few who practice recreational harvesting, but these were essential skills we have in the past. We hunt on land, we harvest from marine life, we know where the dents are. The harvesters who could read the weather pattern are long gone, who knew the land. So we now understand we understand that many policies we have to follow now. And today's main concern now is to make money, and that is the practice many people are taking now. At the time, money does not matter. And right now, the conditions you're working under land claims agreement appears to be ruling everything, paperwork. This is what we were not used to in the past, having to work under policy conditions, paper conditions that were dictating to us today, that are dictating to us today now. And my new colleagues have explained well what we are facing today. And I have knowledge of the past as an elder. We know what we knew then, and I still wish that it be implemented today. We have QIA, we have NTI, we have regional organizations that I rarely have knowledge of, but had to follow because they're imposed on me. We didn't know these organizations existing at the time. Sometimes I even think that some of these policies are so unbelievable, so inconsistent, and it at times seems silly. And when we don't follow what are you doing now, it says this is how we do things. And in the past we didn't have these things guarding over us. So thank you, Planning Commission. As an ordinary elder, you're allowing me to sit at this table to give my thoughts and my beliefs to you. And I hope when you are planning for the future that it will be useful. And your staff will probably understand. And when people, organizations come into Iqaluit, we have to follow many things by law, RCMP and other lawmakers. And it's even hard now to walk to your boat when you want to hunt, when you want to go out. It's not simple now just to carry your rifle from home to the shore. There are so many policies regulating us, and our knowledge, our practices from the past is normal to me, and I am now over-governed. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes your presentation. We're going to take a break. We'll get into question and answer session. 15 minutes. 15-minute break. Now, we can proceed. We'll give our staff the first chance to ask questions. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to the Emerald Hunters and Trappers organization for your presentation. I have one question about caribou habitat in the draft Nunavut land use plan. The 2021 draft plan was updated to include a number of caribou calving and post-calving areas that were identified by the Iqaluit Wildlife Board as limited use designations with year-round prohibitions on several industrial activities. I'm wondering if the Hunters and Trappers organization has any comments on how the draft plan is proposing to manage these caribou habitats near the city of Iqaluit. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Kubik, Hunters and Trappers Association, Iqaluit. Regarding caribou habitat, from what we have noted before, we as Amarok we don't enforce. The Department of Environment is responsible for policing. We have opportunities to comment regarding the areas where caribou are. We have a chance to comment. The Nunavut government is responsible for the management. On terms of Jonathan's comment, the caribou calving areas, we have to work with the government on caribou habitat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully I answered your question. Thank you. Okay, questions from around the table? He mentioned 4,000 members. The membership is free for Iqaluit. HTO has first wood available to members only at a reduced price. You can purchase. If you're not a member, you cannot purchase materials from our store. It's a free membership. I just wanted to note that in Iqaluit, you have to be a resident here for 6 months. Thank you. Can you state your name, please? I'm also from Amarok, Noa Aluki. The other name I have, Luasi. I just want was speaking to, I can relate to him about the wildlife comments that he had when Iqaluit was speaking. I too lived in the old days that we hunted bears and walrus. I can relate to what Iqaluit was saying. We too will have an opportunity, but I just wanted to thank you for your knowledge and their comments. We'll have opportunity tomorrow. I can relate to Iqaluit very much on wildlife. I will have an opportunity tomorrow. I too will be presenting. Thank you. Thank you. Paul? Did you have a question? No. Those are the names we have around the table. Nunavik, any questions to the presentation? Register. James, state your name and organization. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Related to caribou in the Baffin, in Iqaluit, we too want to go, like, if I want to go caribou hunting from Clyde River, I bring a tag. Can I hunt down here near Iqaluit? What's the rules on caribou hunting? I'd like some clarity. We know that there's work done on wildlife management in the South Baffin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. That is not related to the agenda or the presentation. That is more a matter for Amaro. You can ask them directly to stick to the topics. From the general public, any questions? Hearing none, thank you. Amarok.
Camille Hamlet. Your HTO, Camille or Hamlet, may have a separate presentation or have a joint presentation. It's if you want. Thank you. Please state your name, your organization, and you may proceed your presentation now. Please be mindful of the interpreters who may not keep up with you, Hamlet of Camille. We don't have a long presentation. The community of Iqaluit have a problem. We are concerned about water source. And once we run low on water source, our watershed is quite far, so it's a major concern to us. The funding is always a problem. Our sewage lagoons as well. We have problems within the municipality. We have no land available to build further. So yesterday we heard many concerns related to community problems, and the smaller communities appear to have always be on the bottom of the priority list within the territory. We have a lot of problems, and the smaller communities will agree with me that the capital is always of a short of funding. My colleague will perhaps have her say as well. We have the same name, mind you. She's not my daughter, she's my sister. Thank you. Please state your name. Mary Naitak. I have been a counselor for some time. I'm just happy to be here to listen to the other communities' concerns similar to mine. I don't have much topics to discuss. I just want to say thank you for allowing us to hear what the concerns are in our region. Questions from the table? Appears none. Nunavik delegation, do you have any questions? Appears none. Registered participants? Public? Appears none. Thank you. Mayokalik ang unahukti katimayi HTO. Please state your name, your organization. You may proceed when you're ready. Thank you, Chair. Iqaluit, Mayukalik, HTO in Iqaluit. I don't have a long presentation, and I have a short presentation that I would like to pass on to you. Like other communities, we have caribou, mammals, walrus, whales, and these are all essential food sources for Inuit people, and we want protection all around for each species that I have mentioned. Their habitat should be protected and paramount important to us. And too much disturbance is starting to happen. Walrus haulouts, caribou habitat. And you probably have heard that caribou shortage is in Baffin, but our land, our vicinity have abundant caribou. We have a lot of waterfowl. They come in each spring and stay in their own sanctuary. We are all aware of bird sanctuaries. They're important to us. Disturbance is always a problem. And for instance, some bird sanctuaries where they converge in fall have migrated elsewhere. So we have these problems. Some islands where birds used to be have gone and moved on to other areas as well. So we want no further disturbance from activities in our land so our children may enjoy what we are enjoying today. Our future needs these abundance we have, and hunting, harvesting areas we have should be protected. Bird sanctuaries where they do their egging in spring should be protected. Not only the birds, but as mentioned earlier, are all important migrating whales, spring, summer, are important to us. We have very few animals that stay year-round. And at our flowage, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Charlie Akiba Kimiro HTO. I'm a counselor there. I have looked at your maps and their numbers. I'll just refer to them for a short time. I don't have a long presentation. First one, 27, and it says winter caribou habitat. They are year-round in our community, and you appears to have skipped that they are their community vicinity year-round. So I would like that corrected. And their wintering grounds is not registered within your maps 28, map number 28, about page 28, it says caribou summer habitat. And the caribou habitat for the summer is not clearly marked on your documents, or especially on your map. They have habitat near the community, south of the community, where they spend their summer habitat. There are a lot of caribou in our area. It's not marked And I would like to have that included on your maps where the caribou habitat is for year-round habitation, page 29 on the map. Walrus Cabin Grounds, south of Camille, they have a cabin ground, and it appears that you have not identified that in your map. And this is where they give, it's a cabin ground. I just wanted to notice what you have omitted in your maps. And I think at 12:15, to the best of my memory, we had a lot of caribou restrictions starting around that time in Baffin Island. And at that time, we were told that caribou have disappeared altogether. And this is a source coming in from the government. And they implemented that the caribou are so few now, they implemented a quota system. And allowable harvest at that time, we were told that caribou have disappeared, and when we start harvesting caribou, the allowable harvest quota system imposed by the government, although we had caribou, we were very short of caribou. Hunting was very limited, and that was very inconvenient to us when the quota system has been used up in our community, especially during the winter. And we were told that your quota has been used up, so that was devastating to us, as if caribou disappearance was our fault, which is not. And harvesting caribou restriction imposed on us by a quota system, it was a hardship for us. And as we all know, that when caribou quota system is gone, although few hunters in our community were harvesting caribou as if they were poaching. And the regulators did not understand what our situation was. They were not diligent in their research where the caribou was plentiful in our region. And now we like to harvest caribou from the winter stock. The regulation that was imposed upon us has to change. It does not suit us. We have a lot of caribou in South Baffin, and as people, we are very happy with the abundance of caribou, and your quota system has to change to our region. From the past, when we start interfering, and when we overharvest, they practice well. They had abundance, and this is our practice today, regardless what regulators are imposing on us, which is lack of knowledge on their parts. Harvesters are not consulted, and a lot of responsibility. The knowledge should be heard from the HTOs when it comes to wildlife. So just to advise you that you lack some facts on the maps, some maps on January 10, 2023, so close. Perhaps if you could extend even by 1 month, so 2 months would be nice, so we could properly respond to the proceedings that you are carrying on, so we could have a proper time to respond, a time to make proper judgments before the submission date is on January 10th, 23. Could you possibly perhaps extend that deadline a bit, and this would be most helpful to us. Thank you. Questions from the table?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I have a hard time hearing sometimes, so I am sorry for speaking again. Just want to make clarification. There's so many boats coming in from the city to our community, our fishing areas. They come in through by boats, and our community do a lot of whale hunting and mammals in this region where heavy traffic is coming in from the city. They come into our area. They are all over the coast, the valleys, and it's very good hunting ground, and a lot of disturbance is also created by people coming into soapstone quarries. I just wanted to clarify these problems we are facing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the representatives for your presentation. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. We appreciate the comments on some of the areas that are missing from the current draft. I would note as well that in addition to the areas that are mapped on the large format poster size maps, we do also have extensive mapped information from the community of Iqaluit that was collected many years ago. That is part of the land use plan, but not shown so easily on the map. We do recognize the request for an extension. The Commission has not granted an extension beyond January 10th, and we do encourage you to provide any additional information you're able to before that January 10th, 2023 deadline. And I'd also like to clarify in regards to your comments on quotas in particular, that the Commission does not have a mandate to establish or adjust any harvesting quotas. That's the jurisdiction of the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board and the government of Nunavut. But in terms of caribou, the draft plan, as you know, can provide management for other land uses within caribou habitat, and we'd be curious to hear your thoughts on how the draft plan should manage these other land uses in important caribou habitat. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to comment? That was mostly just answering some concerns you brought. If you want to respond. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jolly Akavak, Kimmerut HTA. Remember my hearing, I didn't take my hearing device. Sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying. I don't want to mistakenly answer, so I won't say anything. Thank you. Yes, that's understandable. Those that are here, sometimes you are asked a question, so we sometimes later on, if you want to answer or in written format, we can take your comments. Sometimes when they put you on the spot, it's hard to come up with a proper timely answer, so written submissions are welcome. If you did not include any of your comments that you want to include, if you want to answer that following the session, we'll do as well. Brian? Thank you, Brian Aglukok, Nunavut Planning Commission. Just to clarify, if you did not understand what he was saying, that the wildlife habitat, they're not on one map, they're on various maps that the Commission has. And the deadline of January 10th, it's not flexible, but it could possibly be thought about or discussed now that you've raised it. The wildlife habitat is a wildlife management, but we also want to hear, and you have until January 10th, just for clarification, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Questions from around the table? Ben? Okay, proceed. Thank you. We just want to show our support to Kim Merut as our elder. We look at the maps. It's still more work needs to be done before we finalize all these maps that we want to include the wintering grounds of caribou, fish, polar bear denning. There was work done by the Commission in researching maps around Iqaluit, but looking at the maps, I don't see the detail that we provided. I think I understand what Jonathan is saying, that there'll be changes. January 10th is very close, only through written presentations currently. Before January 10th, the hunters and trappers, here is the work that you did in the communities on the maps. I would like to see more detail on the maps that includes everything. We have worked hard to plan. Let's work together. I want to support, like we're square dancing and we meet again. We have to support each other, which we're heading towards the end of this process. And whether the maps done in communities like with Amarok, we were asked by the commission around Iqaluit area, wildlife issues, and various sites, and we did mark maps. We did map work. I thought I would see some of the maps that we'll see some of. We don't see that. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to see some of the detail that we'll expect, that what we worked with. I support Kimmerut. They too marked maps, and from then to today there's been changes in wildlife. There's a difference. Before January 10, let's... Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I didn't hear a question. Around the table, no names to the presentation. Nunavik, questions to the presentation? Hearing none. Proceed, you can ask. Thank you. James Pidlock, Pickettalook Wildlife Board, Chairperson. The presentation about caribou habitat routes to support the caribou. I would like the caribou habitat routes. If you don't have it, as Mayukalik said, they were marking maps related to caribou habitat, that it be included as part of this. Thank you. to Mayukalik. You guys want to answer? Did you understand? I didn't understand what he said. I didn't understand what he said either. Sorry, perhaps you can come up and ask your question again? I wanted to be clear. The camping grounds, how are they protected? They've been set aside. As Inuit, we know the caribou routes and the water crossing areas and the routes that caribou have. I just wanted to know what they've noted in this area. How can we protect the caribou habitat, camping grounds? How is that structured at Mayukalik related to caribou is what I wanted to understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jolly. Thank you. Jolly Akavak, Kim Merut, Mayukalik, Hunters and Trappers Association. The maps that I said need more clarification. Even I can't answer right away, but we will provide a written comments from here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. That's okay. Is there a question? Pita kang ngimot. Okay, question. Ulayo akisut, ang kingait. Caribou from North Baffin arrived to Kingite through Nutchilik River, 20,000, 30,000. Mr. Ferguson, Ben Kovic are aware when the caribou came down. I want to ask Kim Merut from Kikiktaluk south side whether the caribou are they moving north or are they moving northwest? It's hard to tell the routes now. It seems there'll be an agreement or a deadline of January 10th. My question about caribou from South Baffin near Kimmerut, which way are they going? They don't stay still. Four-legged creatures go all over the place. Which way are they migrating? Whether you understand. And January 10th for wildlife management in our future. We who are here and the way we understand, we're writing for the future. My question of Kimmerut, Mayukalik, regarding the wildlife, which way are they going? Caribou that arrived from North Baffin in 1996, and whether they've gone up. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you. Jolly Akaba Kim Merut Mayukalik, Hunters and Trappers Association. From what we're seeing about caribou, 1993, he mentioned there are not that many now. I noted there's more caribou. We don't literally count them, but we know and understand that this year, 2021, caribou, Iqaluit, between Iqaluit and Kimmerut, by snowmobile. Our trail has been cut by caribou tracks that are more inland up the community, and this past winter, still we see more tracks. They seem to be traveling towards King Night. They're not as numerous as they used to be, we can see by the tracks. But we know in South Baffin, Melville Peninsula, that they've been hanging around there year-round. That is my response. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Sharon will add regarding the 10th of January.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the questions and the comments. Sharon Halawak, Executive Director with the Planning Commission. To address the timeline of January 10th, 2023, the land use planning process has been in the works for almost 20 years, and this is a first-generation plan. And while we know that the plan includes the data that we have to date, including the submissions since the plan was released in 2021, all presentations, both oral and written, are on the record and will be accepted until the 10th of January. And again, it's a first-generation plan, and that means it's the plan that will go forward to the parties, including the evidence that is submitted until that time. It's a living document, and going forward it can be amended and changed. So as new data sets, new information on migrations and the climate, development, economic opportunities, as all of that information becomes available, amendments can be done once the plan is in place and approved at any time. So I thank you for identifying that there's additional work that needs to be done, and the Commission remains committed to working with all communities and organizations and parties to ensure that by January 10th we have the most accurate information for the options and recommendations document for the Commissioners to consider and to decide the content of that draft Nunavut land use plan going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For the clarification, I have no more names. If you want to ask. I have one. You mentioned we're would you place the boundary? For example, wildlife, the law that was going to be used. We haven't heard. What are you talking about? What do you mean it's a living document? How is it alive? Sharon?
Thank you for your question.
Kuyanami?
And I know that when we translate, it's difficult for the translation sometimes. So when we say it's a living document, the meaning is the document can be changed and amended once it's in place. So it's never a document that is passed and stays as it is. As we go forward and we have new information, it can be added and changed. I hope that answers the question of how we term it as a living document. It's a document that can go forward and change. Thank you.
That's good. You understand? Thank you. I have no more names, and we're coming close to lunchtime. Thank you. Couldn't know the HBA. Thank you. We'll take a break. We'll be back at 1:15, lunch break. We'll see you this afternoon. to hear from the Kingite Hamlet first. They can, and STA will go after them. If they can come up. Just a reminder, every day, don't forget to silence your phone, shut the ringer off. For respect to the speakers. And please note your name and your organization first before you proceed. You can proceed if you're ready. Yeah, you have to press it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We come from the hamlet of Kingite, Iqaluit. I asked the hamlet, wasn't too aware, but I want to note that we live off the animals of the land and the sea, clams, fish in the summer are a big part of our diet while it's open water season. I want to note the sewage flow that flows out. We have a lot of mountains in our area, and there's limited space for the sewage lake. We end up pouring downstream into a lake, even in the winter time. I want to bring this forward to the Commission. The sewage is affecting, or it was built, but it's not being used. It's been finished. There's some kind of issue related to that it might drain into a lake nearby to the water source in the community, and it was construction and we haven't used it. The roads to there was blasted. That's how major the construction was. Now we aren't currently using it. Perhaps the Commission might consider waste from Kingite. There's clams and fish that we catch, and the sewage is running into the ocean. This is not very acceptable. I want to bring this forward. I mentioned this, the sewage. There's an issue with that provide like lots for buildings, but the floors get ruined because the land is moving, and in the winter and in the spring there's a lot of land shifting. Probably not just in Iqaluit. That's part of our problem. Not even the floors start cracking. The arena in Iqaluit, the floor always has to be repaired because it's moving from underneath. These should be considered because we live off the wildlife, and we also go walrus hunting a lot throughout the whole year. Spring, summer, winter, we hunt walrus year-round. Our food source and the sewage might be affecting our wildlife. I wanted to bring that as a concern. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was that. My partner here will also speak. Thank you. Yep, proceed. Thank you. Kumako with the hamlet of Iqaluit. I'm a counselor. First, I want to thank you all, the commissioners, for the opportunity. We're also grateful that we value Inuit culture, and I'm grateful that you're representing our views as Inuit. And it too must be difficult for you as commissioners. I wish my father was here. I had a father who knew Inuit Iqaluit. He would be grateful for the work that you're doing. I think he would have honored the work that you're doing, representing Inuit. I encourage you that we too want the opportunity. Sometimes we don't always speak up. I too have been a counselor for a while. I'm learning to understand the procedures of meetings. I hope I'm making sense. We have adult children with grandkids that hunt a lot, and they know from their grandfather, from my father, and that they grew up learning and knowing how to hunt. They hunt for me today. As a mother, we are concerned about our children, and when they hunt, it's a worry, a concern, safety related issues. Thank you. And also our community, Iqaluit, Sikusilak mute. Sikusilak, where it didn't ice up lots of wildlife. All the wildlife and the birds that fly go through here. As a community that came out based on wildlife, that animals could enjoy the area. We won't go back to the old ways. We will rely on you to represent us, our food, our culture, our strength today. My parents, my mom and my dad, they shared in every way, as it is the culture. Today, if my boys got a caribou, we try not to share, and we share just the smallest little piece or even the closest neighbor. That's not Inuit culture anymore. We need improvement. Somebody give me a piece of caribou meat. Inuit elders, as we age ourselves, those that came before us that no Inuit Kauyamaya Tukangit, I encourage you to search, record. I want to note a check from our community, and I've approached him as well. He states that the wildlife go up and down in numbers, and they change, transform, based on Inuit Kauyamaya Tukangit. They know these things. Search them out, seek their knowledge. I seem to be just talking away here. We didn't plan that much. I just want to note I understand English, but how processes work, I'm still trying to figure things out. We did have an opportunity in our community, but we've been going through some difficult times, losing family. We're burying our kids. I just want to say my regrets for not being ready, but I couldn't comment on any of the maps. Thank you. Thank you. No, you don't need to. No regrets. Questions? Nunavik questions? Okay. Nunavik to the presentation. Same. Okay. From general public, Iqaluit. Questions? Thank you for your presentation. And the HTO from Kingite, you can come up. Yep. State your name, organization, or you represent before you speak. When you're ready, you can proceed. Thank you. Adami Nuna, Chairman of the HTA. Thank you for bringing us together. We heard from our fellow Iqaluit in the months we were burying people daily, sometimes 2 people. It was difficult, and we couldn't even keep up with the loss of family and relatives. We couldn't get together. I just want to note that it's been hard times, and it's still going. We weren't able to put a presentation together. If you want to speak, proceed. Thank you. Shuwiga, Iqaluit, HDA, HDO. With the process that has been going on, we are aware over time with Nunavut and our community, our wildlife, that we harvest from communities that hunters hunt, that our ancestors lived on, wildlife. Today, we know, we've seen, and the communities are affecting the animals, the wildlife. For example, the hunters, not just the hunters, there is like accumulated impact on the wildlife that move and travel, and that are moving to Nunavut to do production or work, that want to undertake activities that affect animals, and the animals travel. They have routes. The water, the marine animals are seasonal, and the geese come and go from the south. The animals and the marine should have the least amount of impact, industrial impact possible, not just from hunters now that they're feeling the impact. They feel the effects of shipping, airplanes, and Iqaluit, the location is a route that they pass through our community, and they come pretty close when they go around that bend. And our representatives perhaps related to the sea, that we have some influence. For example, the marine animals that migrate or even are going further, and the land around Iqaluit needs some kind of protection so that we can use not just for the community. When we look at maps, it looks small as the footprint, but area on Baffin Island, when we talk about Baffin Island, that we have to be able to defend the animals, the terrestrial animals that live on the land, and also that our ancestors knew and where to look for. Up at Nutchilik Lake, we support the protection of that lake, Nutchilik Lake. We have mentioned that a number of times that it needs to be protected. When it comes to wildlife in our area on Baffin Island, they too need support and protection under the land claims agreement. We have rights, but we need to understand in the context of wildlife, when we talk about the ocean, that we have a say that we are concerned about the animals, the management, the government regulations and laws, research issues that the government undertakes related to wildlife. So the maps are numerous and many notes on the maps related to wildlife. Which are the priorities? What do we protect? But sometimes as communities related, we have little impact when the government runs. When you look at Nunavut, that we work with you and to seek agreements with this process within the government regulations, the right to represent, the right to speak, and to seek agreements, not just now but in the future. When we think the youth that are coming behind us, that it's the animals that we will always rely on. Even the young people love to hunt today and to be included in hunts. I know it won't stop as a community, that we represent them as well in what the community wants in our wildlife management. I know we keep speaking about this. I tried to shorten my comments, but I think we're aware that about our community, that what we're doing. So that's it. I tried to make it short, Mr. Chairman, if that's understandable. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, don't have any regrets. We understand exactly what you're saying, and communities go through difficult times. We understand. We support you. We support our elders. It's difficult. We come to listen, and that's why we're here. We'll give you the opportunity to speak. Do not worry about your comments. We go through hard times. I will ask from the floor if there's any question from the table. Harry? Solomon Alba, City of Iqaluit, Mayor. I want to hear from what Iqaluit from Iqaluit to I think to Natchilik Lake area. You can answer if you want. Thank you, Adam Inuna. Hunters and Trappers Iqaluit. If I understood your question, up north, there's a bird sanctuary from Natchilik River. It's a large area that geese, ducks, guillemots, and cranes have eggs in that area. They fly over Iqaluit in the spring. They are around for a while, but they're nesting grounds. Once the snow is gone, they pass on further. Then they pass back through in the fall. And also towards Natchilik Lake has been identified activity based on wildlife. Hopefully that answered your question. Thank you. I think you answered it. No more at the table questions. Hearing none. Hearing none from Iqaluit. Proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mika Mike. I want to ask. I asked before 3 years the Caribou route, whether there was lost before the white man for Sikusilang Mute. I'd like to hear the old rules that there are 3 inlets for caribou, or the caribou routes and their migration routes for caribou are there. Kigay and Kingakjok, that whether you know, if you don't answer me right now, it's good. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to answer? Thank you. Adam Inuna from the Hunters and Trappers Association, Kingay. The issue you asked about, that there are people that might be better able to answer your question. I could possibly ask around and possibly find an answer. No regrets, no problem. You can answer later on if you want, even if you don't answer now. Any questions? Are we good? I have no more names. Thank you.
Hamlet of Iqaluit. You can proceed anytime. Your name, please. George Oxa, Hamlet of Iqaluit. I would like you to do your work. I'll try my best to give you directions. Since we conceived Nunavut years back, Nunavut Agreement for all of Nunavut, we have concerns about exploration companies. There's no land use plan to guide us to help us, guide us to negotiate with the companies coming up. And as you know, we live on an island. The little island is a municipal land in its entirety. The only control we don't have as a hamlet is sea surrounding us. And when we have problems, municipal problems, hamlet is responsible for all of the land that we live in. I have a very short presentation, and outside the municipal boundaries will be discussed by Iqaluit HTO, and they are more of a support to us because they have responsibility beyond our municipal land. So I just want you to continue your important work. It's a long process, and I hope it will be approved. So I'm going to hand this presentation to HTO. Thank you. question from the delegates? Appears none. Nunavik. Registered delegates. Appears none. Public from Iqaluit. Appears none. Thank you. HTO of Iqaluit Place. Please state your name before you proceed. You may start. Thank you, Jacob Maliki, HTO Secretary Manager. So we will take turns to do our presentation. To my question today, to City of Iqaluit, I realize now that I should direct it to Nunavut Planning Commission to both levels of government, NTI, NTOI, and to you in general. We need to sort, implement, and to see what the regulations would be once approved. We will need to know whom to deal with, who will be directly responsible for new policies that would emerge. Is that a general question to the Nunavut Planning Commission? Jonathan, perhaps? Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. Sharon Iqaluit, Executive Director for the Planning Commission. If I understand the question correctly, the questions are, once the plan is approved, who is responsible for the regulations and the implementation, correct? Thank you. So once the land use plan is approved, the Commission will continue with the implementation of the Nunavut-wide land use plan. All regulators that are landowners or users of the land, any that issue licenses, authorizations, or permits, will also be compelled and obligated to implement and follow the land use plan. The varying levels of government, they are here, and they will be doing their presentations, and they will be speaking to their pieces of their regulations, as well as the Inuit organization and NTI. So in general, all of the regulators that carry the legislation for monitoring and enforcement, they are, including the Commission for the implementation, ongoing implementation, and conformity determinations. We're all responsible and have an active part in continuing forward. And with regards to the Commission specifically, we do have 2 plans that are in effect, and they will continue to be in effect and implemented until the Nunavut-wide land use plan is approved, and it will replace the 2 existing regional land use plans. I hope that answered your question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jacob Maliki, HTO Iqaluit, Secretary Manager. As a Nunavut Planning Commission, as of now, I don't think you will have any jurisdiction. Will you have that title?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your question. The Commission jurisdiction, once the plan is approved, will continue. The Commission is not only tasked for developing the land use plan and putting it forward to the parties for their approval or rejection. Once the plan is approved, the jurisdiction continues, and the Commission will continue to implement and monitor the plan, and dependent on the terms that are agreed upon in the approved land use plan, we'll continue to review the plan going forward and process any amendments, as well as any conformity determinations on the terms and conditions of anyone who wants to come in to the territory to use the land. They are required to follow those terms and conditions, and the jurisdiction of the Commission will continue with regards to doing conformity determinations and our mandate as outlined in the Nunavut Agreement and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessments Act. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Jacob Maliki, HTO, Iqaluit Secretary Manager. Thank you for your answers. You may proceed with your presentation. Nathaniel Bugato. Thank you, Chair. Bugato from Iqaluit HTO. Long ago, new lines were built in 1950s. I just want to speak generally to that aspect. Fox 3. There was a time when I was part of a cleaning up team. That was 10 years ago. And the land they occupied 6 miles away from our community. And there is a hill near that area during spring. It creates a lot of problem during spring thaw, especially to the bridge that was leading to the dew line. The river was dammed at one point, and during the cleanup, we didn't realize that there was a dam there, and it was problematic to wildlife, and we don't know what the conditions are of that old site to date. And I don't think nobody has done anything to clean it up now for the community. The islands nesting area surrounding our community or nearby areas. And today they are areas where walruses are, where the hollouts are. And when it's ice-free, the islands are now occupied and have walrus population. And I don't know what regulations are. We were aware of walruses on icebergs, ice fields, but now for the summer habitation of these walruses, things have changed a lot. And when I was youngster, we used to hunt walrus way out in the ice fields because of melting. Earlier, we are now hunting on land for walruses. Thank you. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, and you communities at the table and all the delegates who came in. I'm glad to be able to participate. We are not all that well prepared. And we appreciate people who gave us a rundown what to expect. These were the people from the Nunavut Planning Commission. Your preparation was very helpful to what to expect at these proceedings. We don't have much mapping to do in Iqaluit area when we work with NPC delegates, and we were involved along with Hamlet Council. We were advised at one point that we will be able to participate in this process, looking at the maps and looking at the maps to determine what was important to us. But along the way, we have neglected that advice, so we're ill prepared. But at the same time, we are very much aware and concerned about an area outside of Iqaluit. And there was a question that there should be monitors to control whatever activities going on, someone neutral, to companies coming in to monitor the kind of work that they are doing, and perhaps to see if the land is being misused or damaged. So it's important that anyone who come up to Nunavut to do some construction and other works, as a community, we always have concerns on what was going on, the kind of work that is going on. I like to express myself clearly, so I'm doing my best. Other thing I would like to see is an organization where we could plead our case if something was wrong with companies who are doing some work in our areas, perhaps your organization. There are usually at times a lot of damages to the land being used. We need a lot of cleanup in our areas as well. Will this be NPC responsibility as well? And for now, I just want to thank you for this opportunity to give you our views. We did a little bit of mapping. We were advised that this would be important to this process, and both to land and marine. We're not quite done yet, and your deadline for January 10 is so close that is, the time frame is bothersome to us. As an Iqaluit representative, I would like to see one of your people to come up to Iqaluit as an advisor so we can do the work properly. Designate land maps in our surrounding areas properly, how we want it designated. So I ask if someone could come to our community before January 10 deadline to work with us. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation and your comments. Sharon Halawak, Executive Director of the Nunavut Planning Commission. With the waste site identification, the Commission does have within the mandate under Article 1191, waste site identification. With regards to the responsibility for the cleanup, that lays between the federal government and the jurisdiction with the government of Nunavut, and they can speak to that. To work with your community prior to January 10th, you have the Commission's commitment. Can we get there in person? No, we don't have the budget or the resources, but in saying that, we will work with you. There's Zoom, and we've worked with many of the communities to assist them to understand the data that we have collected to date, and we will work with you to ensure that you have the support to get your submission in by the 10th of January. So I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank you for your comments.
Communities thank you, Chair. Vancouver, HTO. Iqaluit. It's not much of a question. Just remark to your general comment. I started to worry. It talks about you having to work on maps. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about doing your maps. You don't have to do everything as you are told. You don't have to do the full work as requested. You could mark little SU1, and it will have to be utilized and put into use by NPC people, their employees. And just go ahead and do what you have to do with the map. As in Iqaluit, we were in that same situation. I think we were in the same situation where we did work very late. Of course, COVID-19 was obstructive as well for the work we wanted to do. You as HTO, if you haven't done your mark, you have time. January 10 is still quite a ways off. Planning Commission staff, work with them as suggested. We went through the same situation. We were assisted and we were able to accomplish something. So, as they said, they will assess you. What we want is a fine product that could assist how this process is going to be. Don't worry whom to ask. I don't think it was clarified to you whom to talk to. And many community HTOs go through a lot of time due to lack of resources at time, but according to NA, the signatories, including NTI, they should be able to assist you. They're our parent company. Don't worry of their reaction, and that's they should be able to assist you if they cannot answer your questions. Look to and talk to other organizations such as NPC. Just a general comment, so NPC can further think how they should assist and what your needs are, especially to what you said, MAP. Don't belittle yourself. Just do your work. And this is a big process. It's no small matter. Thank you, Chair. I don't see any other questions coming in from the table. Nunavik? Questions? Appears none. Registered participants? Appears none. General public? Appears none. Thank you. Give them a hand, please. Thank you. I think we will proceed to next day hamlet of Sanagayak. Hamlet and HTO will do a joint presentation. Please state your name, your organization, before you proceed. Whenever you're ready, please. Jopi Kaunak Hamlet of Sanagayak. I'm sorry, I have to say that we were very productive for this meeting, but I'm at the same time very happy to be here. And we have heard quite a bit about Nunavut Planning Commission. Since Nunavut agreement was signed, and at that time I thought everything would go at full speed to the other organizations and our concerns in general in Nunavut. So I'm happy that you are trying to produce something. And sometimes we are late in our responsibilities and tasks we have to do. Little communities, as mentioned before, are always last to be concerned with by larger bodies, government or otherwise. So we are a little late here, but regardless, I'm happy that you are here conducting your proceedings. And all the concerns that our communities are concerned with exploration companies are a great concern to us. We appear to be surrounded by mineral explorations, and this will have to be resolved so we know what is going on. We are, after all, living in Nunavut, and but still we are never informed what is going on in immediate vicinities. Ships, cargo ships, mining explorations, and other organizations in our lands. Things are a little different today, and it appears now that our waterfowls have gone from our area, especially eider ducks, lesser geese, and other fowl species. This past summer, and walruses near our community, our walrus hollow, where they used to congregate as species, have gone this summer. There's none. Their traditional habitation is empty. Thank you. We'll continue. Abraham Kamenek, HTO Sanagayak. I will do a presentation. We are at the edge of Baffin Island, just bordering to Kiwalik. And many times these being so close to the border create problems to us, perhaps due to different jurisdiction. One Kiwalik community, sometime when they are approved to do some work, and they infringe on our area because of the border is so close. It's not defined. It's defined, but it's not defined to the people who are doing the work. And there should be a proper definition of border, caribou, and Oksuzikchalik, Kiwalik area caribou herd. And sometime, because being close to the border, when a comment was made that our community have been neglected many times due to its size, we have to understand, we have to be informed. Companies working outside Kajak region, and if they are approved in other regions, sometimes they have to be told that you cannot cross this border. You weren't approved to work in this region, so they have to be told that this border, regional border, is important. Sometimes mineral explorations are they not only disturbing but create mess as well. And if it's exploration, non-renewable resources, oil exploration, mess, disturbance will be created. And we have to know what jurisdiction responsibilities rules are so we can tackle them and understand. Sometimes we are just surprised that something has come up, and there's no way to react in such a short notice when something emerges to work. Although we are from Baffin Island, I think for the last 2 years, Baffin Island appears to have ran out of caribou species. Our area, there are caribou herds, and people from high Arctic usually spend huge amounts of funds to come come down. And in one winter alone, the communities from North Baffin came down and harvested over 500 caribou. This was devastating to our harvesting area and our caribou herd. And this is very bad practice. These mammals are very, very valuable resources to us. Sometimes some confrontation to have appear, and this is not very comfortable. And the migration of herds seem to have changed a lot, perhaps due to climate change. And we have heard from the presenters that they are running out of caribou herds. Their migrations of other species appear to have altered. And sometimes there are times when we don't know where our walruses have gone to. And across the other side, Anaknakyuk used to be so full of ice where you cannot navigate even summer. Now the icebergs have all gone, perhaps due to climate change. I'm just telling you what our immediate vicinity is like. Perhaps it's not your responsibility. I don't know. Northwest Passage, it's becoming ice-free zone. It's going to be congested with traffic. And the world is starting to say it's a route that we can take. So I like to leave it at that for now. Thank you. Thank you, table, staff. Table, delegates, questions, Chitalu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sanagayuk. Us over here, we feel for you. The wind, the weather, the patterns that we know that from the northwest and through between Greenland and Canada, the ice that moves in the Arctic and the work of the mine is affecting the ice. We feel for you through the wind and the weather movements that also Pangniktok, Cumberland Sound and Frobisher Bay have a lot of current, but we feel what you're going through related to wildlife. And while I have opportunity, I want to note to the Commission, those of us over here, we are a mix of people, and when we talk about the whales, they talk about the same population as Pangniktok. Men used to live out on the ice, that when they talk about community issues, that it's a different population that goes to Pangnaktok, and so we lose opportunity for the ones that go through Iqaluit. But we know from over here that it's not the case. They come depending on their migration through Kimmerut, then through Kingite, and something that keeps the economy going is not right. And if we're going to bow to the kind of progress that Nunavik will be affected, that I was talking about, the way I understand it, there was a man from Labrador that went by boat to Nunavik. The current out of Hudson Bay has a current. You have to go 20 miles out to avoid the current. That is the way it is when we talk about whales and ducks and the wildlife that are like that. My question has gone overboard. Perhaps I was losing some points, and also from up there to somewhere through Nunavik, through the flow edge, through Iqaluit, through their coast that we expect. I don't know if I have a question. We feel for you over here. Those of us from South Baffin, thank you. Thank you. Just a comment. Solomon, proceed. Thank you. Mr. Chairman Solomon Ava, City of Iqaluit Mayor. It was asked and not answered. I just want to note, up towards Pond Inlet, the Planning Commission had hearings about the high Arctic from Arctic Bay and Pond Inlet, Lancaster Sound, the Northwest Passage, and the Marine Sanctuary designation is in the works. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Another comment, Johnny? Thank you. Johnny Mike, Pangnakto HTA, Caribou. You got Caribou? I hear regarding Caribou on the Baffin Island side and on the islands that there is a die-off of caribou on the islands, that perhaps you guys are the closest in Amitok, whether this is true, if this happened. That's my question. Thank you. It's not really related. Perhaps we can get an answer. Thank you. Abraham Kamanik Sanirayak Hamlet. In a number of years, there it's a die-off due to climate change, and as we start to cool off in the fall, October, November, we're getting a lot of rain that covers the land and makes it icy, very icy, and that was probably why they died off over the winter. Thank you. Questions? Nunavik? Questions to the presentation? Hearing none. Hearing none. From the public, Iqaluit? Hearing none. Jonathan? We'll go back to Jonathan has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you to the members here today for your presentation. I just had a question about some of the community areas of interest that are included in the 2021 Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. In February of 2017, the Hunters and Trappers organization identified 3 separate community areas of interest for the Commission to consider in response to the 2016 draft plan. They're labeled as number 80 on the screen. Roche Bay to the south of the community, a larger marine area to the east, as well as a circular area on the western side of Melville Peninsula. And you identified a number of values for these areas, including wildlife, archaeological sites, and different community use. The Commission implemented that recommendation and included these 3 areas as limited use designations in the draft plan, with year-round prohibitions on mineral exploration, oil and gas exploration and production, as well as hydroelectric power generation. We'd also confirmed from previous mapping exercises done in 2013 that these areas were entirely consistent with previous comments from the community of Sanarayak. And just for the record here today, I was wondering if you could provide any comments on whether you continue to support the inclusion of these 3 areas in particular in the draft land use plan as limited use areas. Thank you.
Yeah, proceed. Yes. The areas identified, we still feel the same way. We haven't changed our opinion. That circle side has lots of bears, and the inlets have seals, baby seals. And the east side that we go down to the ice, where there's walrus on the ice, we feel that this should be like that. Was that good? Thank you. Yes. I have no more questions. Thank you. Hamlet of Sanarayak. Before we go to the next one, we'll take a 15-minute coffee break. can, however you want to do your presentation, we can do it together if you want with the HDO.
You want me to do this? You want me? Okay.
Thank you. If you're ready, Kikirtarjok, Hamlet, and HDO, you're ready? State your name and your organization first. You may proceed. Thank you. Jonah Kayukta, Kikirtarjok, Hamlet. Thank you for bringing us here, Mr. Chairman, and to the commissioners in Kikirtarjuak. We live on an island. The water source is a concern. As we're on an island, we don't have a lake due to the change in climate, the snow on the hillsides that will run out of water. As we don't have a lake, we rely on the snowfall. We would be out of water due to climate change. That is a legitimate concern that we need a water source. There is on the other side, it's hard to get there if we ran out of water due to climate change. We also want to plan forward for a good water source and our water lake is close when the wind is blowing from the north. The dump goes into the drinking water lake. This too is affecting our water source in Kikirtarjuak. I'm coming from the hamlet, and also I have heard the water, where we marine routes, we are aware that they shouldn't be throwing their garbage into the ocean. They're throwing their garbage into the ocean. This needs to stop. I too wasn't totally prepared. We managed to make it here, but those were my concerns as we live on an island. Those of you that live on the big island, we need a good and better source for water. Our community is growing, and the children that will eventually have children, that we need to plan for them to have a good water source. I don't have too much more. will wait as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. You can add. Thank you, Jonah. I'm a Hamlet councillor, vice mayor. I too don't have too much, but I want to ask who would be the contact person if we want to find out more before January 10th that we don't have good access through the internet, but not everyone has internet access. Whether there'd be some kind of contact information before that day. Thank you. Thank you. Can you state your name, please? Labi sa anak ko. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your questions. Sharon Halawak, Executive Director with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Our staff, our leads on the file would be John Savoy, our Director of Policy and Planning, and Brian Iqaluit, our Manager of Community Engagement and Translations. So you can speak to them after, and they can give you the contact information to follow up with them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And also, can you state your name, please? Jonah Kayuktak, Hamlet of Kayuktak. We're on an island. We are concerned. We're very close to the ocean. In the fall, when the wind blows, how the houses are almost reached by the ocean. It's getting worse. It's just getting worse all the time. The houses that are too close to the beach, and they even get splashed by the ocean spray. We're on an island that we would want that in the planning process before an emergency happens. I would present that, and our metal dump needs, and I have, if we had a incinerator, I think that would help. If we had an incinerator, that maybe you should plan that as well. That we want to see improvements. That's it from me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Sharon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your comments. If I understand your comment and question correctly, with regards to the changing of the tides and the coastal erosion, you're looking for direction or assistance of relocating your houses, is that correct?
for the hamlets, the houses that are close to the ocean, that in the fall we want this planned for the future, for the upcoming years, before the ocean gets the houses, because we know living there, the houses that are too close to the beach can be moved. That I would be happy. Our community is growing, and the houses are too close to the ocean. This needs to be planned. Thank you. Sharon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Hallock, Executive Director with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you for the clarification. The Government of Nunavut Community Government Services would be the department that I believe that you would talk to, not the Planning Commission. And the Government of Nunavut is here. And I'm not sure, the federal government is also here. I'm not sure what responsibility they may have or assistance they could provide, but they will be presenting, and you also could, they're listening, and have a conversation with them to see if you could get some support or direction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Proceed. Thank you. Jonah Kayukta Hamlet. Thank you for the response. As to where, when we're trying to ask, and then when we go there, and then they can't answer my questions, perhaps, maybe if you go somewhere else, you run out of places as communities. I understand clearly what you're saying, but if we go there, and when we go there, we don't get the responses, maybe perhaps if you go somewhere else to ask questions, it becomes confusing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Understandable. Luasi? Thank you. Luasi Alakatoktok. Natchivak, Hunters and Trappers Chairman. I'm their beautiful chairman. My comments from Natchivak. First, my comment in the winter where we go fish, have a quota. They have one quota for the winter fishery, even though there's 9 lakes, it's one quota for our fishing sites. Some fishermen in our community, the quota is limited with the number of lakes, number of large lakes where we go fishing to the south and to the north. They have one quota for the lakes, although they have different lakes or fish. Proceed, yep. And it was the winter fishery. Hopefully it's at an 8,000 pound quota for the winter fishery. It's not when they're in the ocean. A little bit of food, and they make money from fishing off the quota, that use the quota. That was mentioned, the lakes have 8,000 pound, although some of the lakes we don't even fish in filling that quota. That was one of the comments I was asked to bring up regarding the fish. Thank you. We don't deal in quotas. We're not dealing with any kind of quotas here. The federal government and the Nunavut government might be listening. Those are the agencies to talk about. Even when we're on a break, you can speak with them. You can, we don't deal with quotas. We're land use plan. We don't deal with quotas. Thank you. Yes. But that was one of the comments that we had. I know we need to understand better as part of this process. So as the wildlife agency in the community, bears, walrus, whales, and what Iqaluit was speaking about earlier today, walrus, haul-outs, and bear denning, those are the walrus haul-outs. The old walrus haul-outs, the walrus used to haul out on some of the islands, not just the islands. Walrus are moving. The coast all the way south has walrus in the summer and spring. Our walrus, we like to age our walrus meat as well. I just wanted to mention that bears and walrus, the walrus is a major food source for elders, and our elders are disappearing. Maybe I'm getting old. I used to be young. I used to be a hunter. I followed my father about hunting bears and walrus. Just to note what Iqaluit said, I understood him. He's my uncle. Walrus, in the summertime, they don't stay in the same area. They've gone to different locations. Once the ice melts faster now, they don't hang out in the same areas anymore. We notice the change. That's just a comment. Walrus are changing, or maybe they're going after a different food source. What Iqaluit said, I understood him. And polar bears. The polar bear is a major part of, we always had bears. We were at 90 miles. I know that better to the south. That's where we grew up. My parents, Akutuk grandparents, walrus were my grandmother's favorite. My grandmother would say when I would like to find a walrus crawling on the ice, and to date I've never seen a walrus crawling on the ice. My grandmother loved the walrus. So do Inuit. Our seals. As we get more open water, they're shedding fur. Our seals are coming from the north, but once the ice goes, their fur is shedding. It wasn't like that. And now there's open water earlier. Their fur is not sellable. Somehow we need to be concerned about this, and maybe they'll seek support. That the climate is changing and warming in the spring. I can't tell if it's getting warmer, but the ice doesn't form right away. I hope I'm understandable. Questions? Thank you. Apikuti from the communities? None? Nunavik? Questions, comments to the presentation? Hearing none? Thank you. Thank you. From the public? Hearing none. Thank you. Hamlet, Pangnakto, and then the HDO.
Before you proceed, just under practice now, state your name, your organization. Whenever you're ready, please. Thank you, Chair Jamie Iwick, SAO Hamlet of Hamlet. I may be too young to do presentations, so I'll let my elders talk. It's my first time in proceedings like this. First of all, thank you for hosting this proceedings, and your staff have been to Pangnaktok. They were most helpful. Just for your information, they warned us what to anticipate when this proceeding comes about. So they were very helpful answering our questions and suggesting how we should proceed. So as a hamlet of Pangnaktok, we do not have any gravel pit, and Corey sites, Jonathan was aware that we need these items, and he said we are partly responsible in planning for this sort of need. We are very in much need of land space. We do not have space due to mountainous areas surrounding us. And we'll see how the planning process goes, what the future holds. Jonathan gave us a good briefing. He also even spoke of watershed and reservoir. And we were pretty much aware of what the problem we are facing in terms of water supply. We are in need of funds to plan for water source and other community needs. Your process is very important. I'm a young man. I don't have experience as my colleagues here. And over the years, I have seen doing them their work, and I respect that. They have been great mentors to my work. So I have to watch what I'm saying, not to contradict their needs. So I'll do my best to do a short presentation. Our community traditional names, Pangnekto, Kikaktakyuak, the names are all traditions, and we are eager to name new species that we see, some food source, some not. I just want to be able to sit here, work with these elders in our Cumberland Sound area where turbot fishing is very important, has been for long times, and these are the community leaders who guide us through times economically and otherwise, especially in preservation and looking after our animals, our surrounding lands. I just want to say I respect what you're doing. Your work is honorable. Your proceedings are important. Thank you. Before we proceed, John, can you answer some of their questions while we're at it? Jamie?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Jamie, for the question. So the Commission's role in regards to quarries, in particular within municipal boundaries, is not necessarily to plan for them, like that is under the jurisdiction of the community, working with community and government services within the GN to identify aggregate or gravel sources throughout the community and develop proposals to use that material. Where the Nunavut Planning Commission comes in is that those types of activities, industrial uses, including quarrying of material within municipal boundaries, is something that would need to be supported by the Nunavut Land Use Plan. So once we have an approved Nunavut Land Use Plan, if you were to develop a new quarry, that would need to be submitted to the Nunavut Planning Commission for review against the requirements of the Nunavut Land Use Plan. And I'll just note that in the current draft, there are no restrictions or requirements on the establishment of new quarries within your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Did you receive your answer? Jamie, SAO, Hamlet of Pangnecto. Thank you, Jonathan, for your answer. If everything works well, how would we proceed? What would the procedure be? Is there such a thing so not to delay what our community needs in these areas? Who would say nay or yea to this proposal?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. So the first step to developing a new quarry within your municipality would be to submit that proposal to the Nunavut Planning Commission. We would review it against the requirements of an approved land use plan. Currently, of course, there's not one in the southern portion of the Iqaluit region, or a future Nunavut land use plan for which the current draft would support such a development. Once we complete our review, we then forward that project proposal on to the remainder of the regulatory system, and for industrial activities such as quarries within municipal boundaries, the next step would be the Nunavut Impact Review Board, and they would conduct a screening of the proposal and assign terms and conditions to manage that use. Then other regulatory authorities may also have a role to play, but it would first be submitted to us, and we would then hand it on to the Nunavut Impact Review Board for further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Jamie Ivik, SAO, Hamlet of Pangnecto, thank you for your answers. As I mentioned, we are moving into the directions that we have concern with. So we need gravel supply as well. I just wanted to understand how we should proceed before we start to progress and work. Thank you. Other delegates may proceed. Go ahead, please. Thank you, Chair Hamlet. I appreciate the question put forth by the SAO. As a Hamlet councillors, our main and priority is our community and its population. We are not well prepared. I'm the late replacement, so I'm not quite prepared for presentation to this group. But I just so much appreciate being here with other communities who may have similar concerns. Back in 2022, we had hard years as a family, my wife, my children. I had a hard year, so it's my daughter now that we are facing personal problems within my family. It was hard, I just wanted to mention to my colleagues why I am a late replacement, and our daughter, who was grievously ill, has fully recovered. Despite these problems, now I have another problem of my younger brother, another cancer in the family, given 6 months to live. And now we just been told another one recovered from this disease. So he's just waiting for an airline now to get home. So it's a joyous occasion for me to mention to you the personal problems that we have faced as a family. I'm thankful for that. Our SAO has spoke truthfully. We are encroached by the mountains. The land is scarce. And for those of you who have been to Pangnaktok, it's a problem. I don't think many of you would be able to sit on an airplane with me because of huge turbulences during high winds. It's not a plane ride that many can take due to the mountains, lack of planning, or lack of land to plan. And the airfield is just safe enough for planes to be landing. It runs right to the community. And this is always an ongoing problem that we discuss as a councillors. Sometimes it appears to be fine, but problematic at the best of times. We have done everything we can to research how we could improve these problems. Mostly lately it has been spoken as a problems. Thank you. Thank you. I am pretty much aware of your topics. I understand you fully. And the HTO organization may proceed. Thank you, Johnny Mike, HTO, Pangnaktok. And during the negotiations of land claims agreement, I was a Pangnaktok representative. I think there were 4 of us who were appointed. And when I started, and up to today, and Pangnaktok land selection, it's now clear. And people who have done this work before us have long gone. The land selection, land claims was very important to us, and I'm the only one left of the original group who participated in land claims agreement. So we are now speaking today because of their work. And I had intimate knowledge of what they went through. Some of you who are sitting here probably have gone through the same thing during land claims negotiations. And some of you, I recognize some of you. And other groups, Johnny Kunilusi, you are here. We were together. Johnny Iqaluit. Some of them are gone. And if these people were to be aware, or the communities on South Baffin, including Iqaluit, if the negotiators weren't doing their work, the work they have done, now we are here discussing their work, so I'm happy to participate. As I mentioned, I was the youngster to that group coming in from Pangnaktok. I think I was just a teenager. I wasn't. I was mature though. At that time, I was a youngster participating in a huge task, looking back. And I was appointed, and I participate now at Hamlet Counselor before, and I was pretty much aware of what elders needed. And when it was Bria Norman Kumwakdok and Hunters and Trappers Chair JPT Akpaleluk. So because of their mentoring, I'm able to participate in this proceeding regardless. I want to say that people of Pangnecto eagerly participated on land selection. And there were only 81, but they were eager to participate. Not everybody was interested. We negotiated for South Baffin Parks, are emerging, becoming a reality. Some have been there now for some time. Some have been hard work. Fishing industry was very hard to set up. A lot of work involved, especially when it comes to land like Nachilik. And this area is also a valuable source of land to Cape Dorset. We both agreed at the time that we should say it's a valuable piece of land that's between Pang and Cape Dorset. Nachilik is a special area and we want it preserved. And we'd like to show you, and as you have planned there, I agree with it. But we still have comments on it. This is only a recommendation. And as HTO, we met on it, discussed it more than once. Nachilik was a very important topic, and it's a unique area and should be treated as such. Inuit have been living in that area for many years. Mammals, fish, land mammals, others, even seals. And this area, Cape Dorset, Kingamuit have intimate knowledge of this area as well, like we have. And we have discussed this over time, and these are traditional lands which we plans to present to NTI and even mention in NA, and that land should be used for and worked on carefully, and you appear to be planning the use of it in your planning. I'd like to go back to early negotiations. South Baffin, the size of land selection, Kibalik, Middle Kitangmute, Baffin Island South, and it only has 18% of Inuit-owned land. Although it's bigger up north, which is 22.2% Inuit-owned land, that is the biggest chunk we have yet to date. During negotiations, as I mentioned, looking back, and Paul Kwasuk probably thinking back, they were instrumental. And when we discussed this process, I look back. It was a lot of work, but we continued. And we name lands. We want to keep this land, but federal government appears to be wanting it and taking it back. But and today we speak of the past, and we intend to keep it. Regardless, the NA is not much in discussion. I wonder why COSAC have intimate knowledge of this booklet. And he said Nunavut agreement one day will be valuable. And it was evolving agreement. And this is the strength of our discussion. And even as a government personnel, we need to discuss mammals such as caribou. I like to say to each levels of government, the agreements will have to mean something according to Nunavut agreement. It's there. This is our way of life today. We shouldn't be restricted because land claims agreement will not allow us to have restriction and access what we need. And it's like this. Pangnektuok, Cumberland Sound, salt water surrounding it, was very important to us. We didn't want to give it up. And that was not the only important thing to us. And we put it away for a while, and it will be discussed in the future when land claims are settled, when organizations, IPGs, start emerging from Nunavut agreements such as Water Board. So the time is here to discuss these areas, the seas that were important to us. And it wasn't negotiated at the time. For an example, there are bowhead whales at their 1998 hamlet of Pangnekto HTOs started a proposal to regulators to harvest a bowhead whale. We were denied. We were denied because land claims agreement wasn't completely negotiated in that area. It was unclear. So someone, according to his culture, he wanted to harvest a bowhead whale. A man named Iqaluit has desire and to have bowhead whales. So even at that time during the controversy, NA has become a reality. And we had a lot of negotiations on fisheries, and they were within our rights to make revenue. Obey is land-owned area owned by Inuit. And it was not fully discussed on NA, but it has now become a reality. Caribou. I just want to say and approve. Your plan is completely approvable to me. There are many areas that you have included, such as wildlife in all sides of Baffin. And we want to see this process coming to conclusion. Caribou areas, and when I was with the government, there were three ideas, and one of them is this that is now happening. Making Works land, I think you have even Baker Lake Simeon, that you have 3 herds. You have plenty here, there, everywhere. And Baker Lake herds are well cared for. They are well looked after and envious of the territory. And because you look after your herds, you have plenty. As HTOs, we like to see the same conclusion happening over there in Baffin Island. If we could have 3 herds here, it would be just ideal. Included in your land claims process. We'd like to see this coming to an pass. I agree with Charlie Akibak from Iqaluit, and I agree with this request to delay the deadline to January 8 or January 10. So our area, Cumberland Sound, is huge. It has plenty of wildlife, and there appears to be no restrictions as up to date, except for the cargo ships. Cruise ships are the problem, and they should know what is that it should be regulated. The captain of the ship should be well aware and told what the regulations are. And we like to see this as a regulated industry, something that can make it work, a regulation with teeth. Same thing with wildlife in our Cumberland Sound areas was good. Now it's starting to have less and less whales. There was discussion on beluga whale. We totally agree what was mentioned yesterday, narwhals. And near Pungnektok, Nunatak is a place called. There are areas where beluga whales gather together in spring. The area should be well protected, that people know in the past where there were plentiful. It's a calving area. And there should be a protection area for that calving area and be understood by regulators what we are asking, what we discuss. And Department of Fisheries and Ocean seems to not understand what our needs are. They're not aware that it's a calving area. And here in the plan, it's precise and clear. And Pungnektok population much depend on beluga whales and other mammals. And we've known for all along that there are 2 different families of whales, Iqaluit area. Some from this area come and mix with our stock up there. And Iqaluit and Iqaluit whales, our stock is much stocker, but smarter too. It's not mentioned inland in this process. They have different manners as well. That's how we know where these whales come from. So, as I mentioned, our Cumberland Sound, it's teeming with mammals, whales, walruses, polar bears, their calving areas. As even mentioned in these recommendations, we will accept what is written. One thing that we spoke of, cruise ships coming in with their cameras, nothing else. They're the ones that we are really concerned with for interruptions, the tourism. Nothing is really regulated. Sometimes this causes problem for HTO in Pagnicto. And at times we are interested in making revenue. And because of that, I'll talk about cod for a while. It's one of the things that we do in Pagnicto. We have a quota of 500 tons, 1,100,000 pounds are caught in Pagnicto. It's a good source of revenue. It's good for the economy. And cod fishing. Each one earns about $50,000 for 3 months' work. And HTO is largely responsible and concerned with Cumberland Sound, how we should protect it, what regulations. It's good for us. It creates work and it's good for the economy of the community. And we are shipping out a lot of cargo of these species, and they load up with cod, and they are so limited with their weight scale going out, but still it helps a lot. And for those who buy the cod in Cumberland Sound, wherever they are shipped to America or elsewhere, they appreciate its delicacy, and because of that, this fishery is real to us. It's important how we should protect the fishing industry. And as we look at the economy, one-time sealing industry selling skins was destroyed. Doesn't work anymore, so we had to find ways to create economy in the community, and cod came, and one of them, who is with Amarok, HTO, was instrumental in creation of cod fishery. It's a reality now. The Cumberland Sound are full of wildlife, not just fish, waterfowl, cod that we can sell to create economy for the community. And it has been our lifestyle for some time now. And the Cumberland Sound, it's very clearly stated how we think as HTO, how it's worded is quite accurate. It's the boundaries. And if any problem ever emerges regarding boundaries, how would we handle this? This would jeopardize our future economy. There are some problems, minor, that HTO have concerned Iqaluit, Kimmeot, Pond Inlet, Kikaktaktuak, Clyde River. They have a joint venture, 3 fishery ocean-going vessels. They create economy. They bring in around $70 million worth of fishery as a joint ventures. And Pangnecto HTO have not really come to a conclusion. What else, if any problem arises, how do we deal with offshore if it were to encroach us on Cumberland Sound? This is one of our worries. But still, it's good for the economy. I'll use my community, Pangnecto, as an example. It has been good to us, and I think each community involved in this venture can say the same thing. So we want to work on the economy. Because of these ventures, we have been able to buy ships. We are now working on fishing hut where they can be used in winter to the fisheries that they can buy for year-round use. Pangnecto HTO. And we need a lot of lumber, and so we could manufacture these and sell them to the fisheries, to the public. And we use revenues from cod fishery. We've been able to use these revenues to create other ventures. And this sound is real to us, especially in fishery section. Chair, I gave you a brief description. As HTO in Pangnecto community, the Cumberland Sound is important, not just part of it, but the whole bay in general. And what we allow into this Cumberland Sound would be important. And we know what that is. And the parks, national parks, these are regulated by federal government. It's their land, and they are solely responsible for Parks Canada. It's fine. We like what they are doing. This area is becoming very important to the public. And there are areas where overnight camping areas are, and people should know where these are. And even as parks, we're allowed to do harvesting in these areas, so sheds are created, but it's regulation. We don't mind how it's ran, how it's operated. Chair, I just wanted to briefly discuss with you what we do as HTO, but let's go back a bit to the caribou. When I was a Minister of the Environment, something came to my desk from Iqaluit Wildlife Board that came to my attention as a minister. When caribou source was starting to disappear, especially in my area and land between here and there, up to Iqaluit area. For instance, 2008, my sons and I and 2 other boats, we used to travel freely to an area where there was animals. 2008, all gone, disappeared. The Iqaluit area, a faraway place when we travel to harvest caribou. 3 of us travel to harvest caribou. 2011, Iqaluit used to be teeming with caribou. And to me, it occurred to me that this area alone, that area was where we harvest caribou. So 2011, where we traditionally hunt caribou, none was there. So we travel a little further southeast towards Iqaluit, and we saw tracks all heading in this direction towards Cape Dorset and South Baffin area. We saw this and where the caribou was disappearing to. As a minister, I had a lot of expectations for answers, even from Baffin Wildlife Board. And this organization came and told us to do something, get something done, see what the problem is, listen to the people. I just want to say that I have heard, even as a government minister, I was sensible enough to take advice. I was not there all alone, giving authority and dictating. I listened. I listened to what Inuit Kawimayutukangit were, and this organization, Iqaluit Wildlife Board, advised me, use Inuit IQ. It's just gone somewhere else. So the quota which was placed at the time should be open. Iqaluit knew that hunting was open to any citizens here, regardless of race. But during the Prohibition, when quota system was set up, and we took a lot of advice from Iqaluit Wildlife Board. So when they agreed to know what their advice were, and they give us advice according to IQ, that they were not depleting, they were moving elsewhere. And this is, as a government, head of government in certain department, that I took advice from the people. And I respected my executives, that they were able to take advice from Inuit Kawimayutukangit, but traditionally I was criticized for deviating from their priority as senior bureaucrats. Their advice was not adhered to. So when caribou mobility is involved, once as a youngster, when she was 12, 1940, Pangnaktok area was full of caribou herd across the bay, and they migrate so nearby, and they were so numerous, at that year, and since then she told me that she have not seen that many herds, and that was a time when the herd started to vanish long after my mother was long gone. Pagnaktok area, caribou started to come back, so again they were disappearing. It's a pattern. It's a pattern to all species of wildlife. And it's no set pattern, but it is a pattern. It's how it works. So, Chair, I think I have spoken long enough. I think I said I was on a second period stage. So I would like the Minister of the Environment to understand how it is important to follow advice. So Stanley Cup playoffs would not be that much excited as a second desk, but this one would be exciting if the minister was to pay attention to traditional advice. And this piece of document is important, and we will hear eventually, as I mentioned earlier. And I like to see a document who follows the knowledge of Inuit Kawimayutukait IQ, made by Inuit for Inuit through QWB and other wildlife organizations, as it is be noticed. If this document ever becomes a policy, regulated policy, and I think, as we heard throughout the world, United Nations, world organizations, that even one time they said indigenous people, their knowledge was very important. So United Nations Declaration on Indigenous Rights was spoken of, including reconciliation. And this came directly and put forward to Prime Minister's office, hence apologies. And here in this document it says conformity, determination process. Will you consider my ideas, my presentation when you do your conformity determination? Will you include that? We all like to see our ideas become a reality. Will the minister allow, and will minister accept it or not? And two important presentations that I have mentioned, and if what we want to see in this process, if they are ignored again, it would be contrary to United Nations Declaration. Government Canada should be ashamed if they don't adhere to these planning sessions again.
You are correct. La Solution. Proceed. La Solution Isulutak. From the hamlet of Pagnakto, my comments for you today. When we were an outpost camp and everyone lived separately, there were 18 separate camps. When the store came, my mother was born around 1926 when the store came. The Hudson Bay building, as children, we would follow, or we weren't allowed to go in the store. Let me explain. My father would tell me stories that they couldn't get caribou or weren't allowed to get caribou when? In 1931, they weren't allowed to catch caribou. At that time, we were controlled by white people for a long time. Back then, Iqaluit were after our land. Back in 1917, here, as communities, Simona Alanga used to go on the VHF radio that the Iqaluit wanted their islands. I would never agree when they wanted them, the islands. Today, we are here from the hard work of our parents, our mother, our father. Are we just going to agree? Are we just going to say yes to the government when they tell us what to do? That I mentioned, it seems just like a story, but it has a reason. As we're learning, us elders, in the old days, Pagnikto inland used to be all white. It used to be a glacier. It's black. When you've seen it on TV, the pass, due to the melting, the rivers flowing, made the road impassable. But this is the work of Iqaluit that we are saying. I have a lot to say, but I'm trying to be brief. Inu Kawimayatuqangit gets mentioned by Iqaluit. They're not in any way using Inu Kawimayatuqangit. It's just a story. And to make artifacts that we are hunters, I'm a hunter, we know the land. We used to paddle towards Iqaluit. I have tracks between here and Pagnikto. Thank you. Thank you. We'll go the same route. Brian. Thank you. Brian Iqaluit, Nunavut Planning Commission. I want to ask Johnny Mike to try and make it clear. In September in Rankin Inlet, we also had hearings. It was mentioned a lot, Inuit-owned lands and how they were selected. You mentioned that you were part of the negotiation in land selections. Can you explain a bit why you selected those lands that you selected, if you can remember? That's my question. Thank you. Johnny? The system is very hard on the hearing. Some of it I didn't hear. My hearing device is over there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
In the hearing, and there was really no answer to how the Inuit-owned lands were selected by the communities. And you had mentioned in your presentation that you were one of the negotiators for the selection of IOL for Pangnakto. So I'm wondering if you can remember why were the IOL selected for the Pangnakto area?
If it's understandable. Thank you, Johnny. Yes, thank you. As the four I mentioned, for Pangnakto, selection of lands that they wanted to select. We look towards Iqaluit around Natchilik Lake, including the park and the sea ice, a large parcel, 81. There were 81 people there. It was brought forward to NTI as lands that we valued. We found then and understood that negotiations will proceed on an agreement in principle on land selections that the Inuit had selected. We had to go down to 18% as agreed to. We were at approximately 60% before the actual percentage of the land was selected or negotiated. There was no other way around it. And during negotiations, with the federal government, it was further reduced down to 18%. And there was a lot of disagreement. On the South Baffin, 18%. In the South Baffin, including Sanikiluaq, we selected 22.6%. Perhaps the park that you see there that is set aside, and it's not Inuit owned, it was going to become Crown land. So during the creation of the park, we lost some land. The agreement in principle that explain how the lands were going to be selected in terms of guidelines for selecting lands. And we were concerned about it. Thank you, Brian. Thank you.
Brian Aglukak Nunum Sungumat Anarelok Pesil.
What did you want to do with the land, or what purpose would you value those pieces? Thank you. Thank you. Proceed. John and Mike, Hunters and Trappers Association, Pangnakto. The whole South Baffin is valuable, and we value the whole land. And our ancestors, for example, Nachilik Lake from Pangnakto area, even from Iqaluit Islands down on the east coast of Frobisher Bay, would also from Kingite, Sikusilak, Mute, and from Iqaluit area, Amitok. It used to be a gathering place for Inuit. That it was a site where Inuit gathered, attached to our culture, and where you might go anywhere on the land, there's Inukshuit and different kinds of stone markers. They're absolutely everywhere. And we know that is the way Inuit have occupied this land, and that is why we value it. We value the wildlife, the berries, the animals, or the abundance of bird life. Those were some of the criteria they used to select land. That was what it was based on, cultural component. We wanted to claim the whole area. Thank you. Thank you. Jonathan, from the communities, questions to the presentation? Hearing none. Nunavik, any questions to the presentation? Hearing none. Pitakangim, from the public, any comments? Thank you. Thank you to the Pagnaksok team. Thank you. I am not quite sure. Musisi Ataguyuk. Archie. Archie. Thank you, Archie Agnakap. Musisi Ataguyuk told me he was a bit too tired. He had to leave. He left. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. He wanted to speak, and we were agreeable to him, but he left. Based on our clock, we've had a full day. We shall proceed again tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Thank you.